Hello and welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I didn't do any kind of mental preparation before turning the camera on. I was just occupied with rubber banding the camera to the stick that I found, and then I just turned it on without, taking a few minutes to walk and get in the zone per se, which is what I usually do. But it seems to have worked out all right because I just started talking and didn't seem to be struggling to come up with something to say. I just kind of started talking about exactly what I was just doing, which was, pretty mundane task. Practicality involved with making this video, and I seem to have been able to enter this framework without any sort of anxiety. So that seems desirable, Here we are, just walking and talking without worrying how to start it. It's just a continuation of what was happening before, except now I'm talking. And man, there's so much stimulus to look at. We've got these huge, what I think is cow parsnip here, which I'm pretty certain a lot of the plant is edible, and then it's surrounded by what's definitely a bunch of poison hemlock with all the purple dots on there. If you want to get Socratic, there's ample opportunities here. I think I've started out pretty thirsty and didn't have a good opportunity to bring any water with me, so thirst could be something that we're dealing with here today. And sky's cloudy, thick enough clouds that we could be looking at a little bit of rain. I don't know. But those seem, those seem like two problems that are perhaps a solution to each other. Well, one's a solution to the other, but not vice versa, really, because I can't drink all of the rain. After I said that, I started thinking about the sort of slight cleverness to what I said, and it had and then I noticed a quality that it seemed like I was saying something it seemed like I was trying to say something interesting. I was trying to say something interesting as if to kind of fill time. And in one sense, it's true that I am just filling time with words. It's not about making an effort to say interesting things to ward off boredom. So much as it is, I think, what is it? just really trying to observe my experience closely and narrate it. But I might sometimes find myself feeling like a nervous host at a party, trying to make sure everybody's entertained. But that's not really the goal here. The goal, well, one goal would be to find some water. That would be nice. But that's not an experience. That's a factor that's not exactly relevant to your experience. Beyond the extent that you're interested in me as a person, but I'm more interested in the type of in the aspects of my experience here that are more directly related to you, just so that we can have an experience more like so that we can share an experience as closely as possible through this medium. Share an experience that doesn't have to depend on any specific things happening, that doesn't have to depend on anything entertaining. I mean, I am in an environment that's stimulating to me. In one definition, there's a couple definitions. There's a couple ways that I could mean stimulating. One being with lots of things that jump out and grab my attention that are, I guess, man-made. The man-made stimulus the man-made stimuli usually have some kind of motivation behind them to grab my attention, often economic. And almost always transactional in some way. But here, I'm in an environment that's stimulating both in a non-transactional way, but also in like a non-libidinal way. There's not much here to appeal towards any of my sensual appetites. But there is something here that is more generally soothing to my psyche via the sensory, the nature of the sensory stimulation here, if we want to call it stimulation. We could even say it might be the lack of stimulation. Or not the lack, but absence. But in this environment, what I'm calling the absence of stimulation seems more rarefied than the abundance of stimulation, and so it feels very refreshing. And so I keep making these videos, and I have to keep paying attention to the part of me that believes there may be some value in creating such an unstimulating video. Despite what seems to be a lot of evidence to the contrary. Does this go counter to economics, or can it be subsumed within economics? Can it fit in? There is a small amount of economic transaction associated with these videos, a small amount. But now I'm thinking about how it might be valuable at this moment to stop analyzing the conditions of the making this video. And instead center my thoughts more directly in like within this present experience. And as I say that, find this beverage container that has, some weird beverage in it. Looks like coffee or something. Which, of course, I'm not gonna risk drinking. But, I've got a container here now. So I'll dump it out if I can figure out how to open it. Set you down over here amongst the ferns. It looks like some gross coffee with a lot of milk in it. And I'm looking at this culvert here with water pouring out of it, and there's a path going right down to it. Like people have been walking down there and not going any further than the culvert, apparently. And we can try and see where this water's coming from. It's like surface goes along this surface here, and then let's see, it's like there's some still like kind of surfacey here, but here it's like, here it seems like more seeping out of the ground. It's like gone through some ground there. Here it's all coming along the surface. Here it's like getting filtered through some stuff. Surface. It's still going along the surface. Seems like at various points here, it kind of seems to get filtered through some earth. Especially right here. Oh, and especially right here. Right there, it's just going down through some dirt. it feels like generally safe to say that all this water is like at some point or another getting filtered through some earth. And I wonder if I can even find a place up here where I could fill up this container. Too many critters in there. None of this seems like a great spot where I could, you know, stick the container in far enough to fill it up. So I'm going to go back down. And while I'm walking back down, I'm trying to be careful not to stir up this little trickle of water, not to stir up any mud. Maybe I'll just take a little gander into this culvert. Don't notice anything sketchy going on in there. Can't find a place to set this lid down. And now, this water looks a little cloudy. I guess I'll let it sit for a moment and see if it looks any clearer. And pull my pants up. The water is definitely more cloudy than I would like. And since I'm not dying of thirst at the moment, I'm just gonna bring this water with me and we'll see if I can find any better source of water. But if I get super desperate, then I can see how I feel about taking my chances with this water. This kind of activity has a calming effect on me right now. Well, to be honest, I already felt pretty calm thus far today. Maybe I'll try and pick up the pace of my talking a little bit and focus harder on this process of specifically talking. But you know, then I keep noticing stuff like that's some water that's definitely just welling up right out of the ground. Although it just looks kind of cloudy in there. But then there's also that water that's like slowly dripping down there, like those slow drips coming down. That would be perfect, except that it's dripping so slowly. So it seems like a decent indication that there may be more springs around. This episode has turned into something else. It's turned into this water finding mission. Yeah, that still looks cloudy. What about the thing where you set a bottle out in the sun for the ultraviolet rays to sterilize it? Would this plastic thing work? Would the purple tint block out the UV? Because UV's like just past the purple end of the spectrum, right? So if this is purple, if this looks purple, if I'm looking at this and it's purple, that means it's reflecting the purple wavelengths to my eyes, right? And allowing the other wavelengths through. So if it's reflecting the purple wavelengths, maybe it's also reflecting the UV wavelengths. I don't know, it's not sunny enough anyways. Also, I won't die of thirst even if I don't drink any water during this walking and talking episode. I'll just feel thirsty. Why didn't I bring some water with me? I don't know, because I didn't want to trouble people. I didn't want to trouble somebody. Maybe I should have. But that's neither here nor there. Maybe it is. Maybe it's there. It's not here, but it might be there. Is this undisciplined? Shouldn't I be talking more rigorously? Shouldn't I be more narrowly focused on the here and now of my experience and the dynamics of our mediated relationship? Seems so. But conditions, you got to create the optimal conditions for that, which means looking after my corporeal well-being. But it's not urgent. So let's stay focused here. I noticed just now like a slight characterization that I'm bringing on. A slight, just like a slight kind of identity trait that I'm maintaining, with just like a very slightly humorous, a dryly humorous affect that I'm taking on. So what if I just let go of that? What lies beneath it? What's more authentic than that? What is the real me? What is the real talking me? What is the most authentic me that's able to continue talking? Holy shit. That's the biggest slug I've ever seen. Holy shit. Let me just put this slug is longer than my hand. How am I supposed to stay focused here? When there's such wonders of nature. Monsters. Can you believe that that's a mollusk? And that octopi are also mollusks? You know, what if I had been rigorous enough to just ignore that? I would just be walking by, maybe I'll see it, maybe I'll note it mentally, but I'll just keep straight on the path of talking directly to you. And here now I'm looking more directly at you. And that does something. I feel a little more connected to you this way. But I'm not just gonna stare right at you the whole time. We don't have to do that. But I think it does help establish some kind of connection here. Wouldn't you say so? Should I smile more while I'm talking? And and project a friendlier, happier affect. I can maybe try that for a little bit, but it doesn't really feel so natural to smile while I'm talking. Actually, so now I'm sort of trying to do it. I'm sort of trying to I guess keep the corners of my mouth a little bit higher, but then then when I am pronouncing words, it just feels like the same as I would pronouncing any other words. But then the tops of my cheek are my eyes are like a little bit more squinted from the bottom, and that seems like part of a smile. So if I keep doing like this, in between each word, the corners of my mouth are a little bit higher, and throughout, my cheeks are like a little bit raised, below my eyes. So this feels a little funny. It feels it's actually feels ambiguous to me whether this feels real or phony, which is interesting. Like, as I do this, it's almost like I notice the phoniness of it, and then I find that funny, and then because I find it funny, then it makes it feel more authentic. You know what I'm saying? This is how it used to feel like sitting and smiling. I shouldn't have said that. So look, here's some more water. We can follow this, and here in this pool, it looks pretty clear. It's pretty surfacey for a while. But I mean, as long as there's no cow pastures up there, and I know there's I think there are some cow pastures somewhere in this very general vicinity, but I don't think there's any like above us, uphill from us. But I'm probably not going to want to follow this trickle all the way up to wherever it's coming out of the ground. But I could see about filling it up out of this pool. Maybe from this little trickle here. Does it sound different if I'm smiling while I'm talking? Does my voice sound different? Does my pronunciation of things sound different? Does my delivery, does the affect of my delivery change? I'm down to keep trying this because it's at least kind of entertaining to me. And I have no idea what my face looks like right now. Or I'm not even sure if it actually looks like I'm smiling. Sometimes I feel like I'm smiling, but my face doesn't even look like I'm smiling. Like my face looks like, you know, how they say resting bitch face. But I guess like, I don't know if that's a gender neutral term. So maybe I'll dump this water, the cloudy stuff, and then see how this water looks. It definitely looks really clear in this pool above. Oh yeah. That's super clear. I think I'd feel all right about drinking this water. Give this thing a little rinse. I mean, I could like try to follow this up the stream to see if there's make sure there's no like turds sitting in the stream or any cow pasture up here. There's a little bit of a path here. Looks like somebody started building something here. Looks like it's some of it's kind of filtering through some stuff, some earth there. We can follow this path right up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to smile while I was talking. Let's try it again. That was a little too much. That was a little too contrived, but now here, if you'll notice my eyes and maybe the corners of my mouth between when I'm talking, maybe you can see a smile. It feels to me like a slight, like a little bit of a smile, or maybe at least less of a scowl. And yeah, while I do this, while I'm smiling, I definitely can't be like, I can't really be totally unhappy, you know, because while I'm doing this so far, at the very least, I have some kind of, there's a slight level of hilarity going on at the fact that I'm holding a smile while I'm talking. And so that does actually affect things. I think I'm going to go ahead and drink this water. What do you think? Smells like water. Tastes totally fine. Tastes really clean. I don't think I'm going to get any parasites. I'll report back if I do. I think what's the worst one that I would get? What's it called? I forget what it's called. But it's not like terrible. I'll go away after time. Maybe give me the shits for a while and then go away. Well, this path kind of peters out here. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about physical surroundings. Well, I mean, it's not in some way that's divorced from this experience, of course. It's very integrated. Ooh, there's a huge turd. But it's not like, whoa. It's like a big, whoa. I'm not even gonna show you that turd. I'll spare you. But it doesn't look like it's in a place where it's like, you know, where the parasites from it are washing into the water. But, you know, it doesn't make me feel better about drinking this water. I'll say that. How? I'm embarrassed. But you know, I'll just keep on. It's hard to get quite right, you know, the smiling while talking. So if you go too far, then you know what, you're well familiar with what happens. You know, it's a little unnerving. Those television personalities really must practice this. Here I'm talking, I'm walking and talking and trying to smile naturally, not forced. I'm naturally happy to be talking to you. That's true whether I'm smiling or not. I've got some water. There's nothing floating in it. Doesn't seem like it's gonna rain. The lid of this thing is all dirty now. This is fun. I'm having fun. I am having fun. I hope you are too. I am your internet friend. We're friends on the internet. We're hanging out. We're taking a walk together on the internet. Okay, now I'm actually looking at you and smiling, and I only feel partly joking about this smile. The smile is only partly fake.
Hello.
Hello. Oh yeah, here's like the other source of some water, if I can get all the prickles off of there without stabbing myself. I don't have a knife. You know, I already drank that that stream water. So if I'm getting parasites, I'm getting parasites. Oh, look at this. Like some kind of vetch. See the little pea pods on there? What is that? Is that crown vetch or something like that? These are big pots. Legumes. But where's... Let me find a sharp rock here. Let me find a sharp rock that's not too dirty. Maybe a couple of them. We'll have a little fun. Oh, it's windy. Wouldn't that be fun if it started raining though? And then we could like find a shelter and stuff. That'd be fun. Let me get you situated here. All right. Can you see? I've never done this before. I just read about it. I'm just trying to... I don't even know if this is a good way to do it, but I'm just trying to take the prickles off of the stem of this thistle. Oh shit. I'm bleeding! Ah! From falling. From that time I fell down. We're surviving here. Real dire circumstances. We don't know if we're gonna survive this episode of Walking and Talking. Well, it's been a good life. Can I, like, hold this? This is a lot of fun. Surviving. Ow. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Just get all these prickles off. Yeah. That works. And gonna break this off. Ow. 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 Alright. It's kind of more fibrous than I thought. Like the middle of this stem feels a little bit woody. But like you're supposed to be able to get some water out of this, or at least like have a I mean, it's a little bit juicy, but it's mostly just fiber. Want some? Oh yeah, that bite was a little more juicy. Yeah, there's a little bit of water in there. I'll chew it up. Until it feels like a dry wad. I guess the question is, am I getting more water out of this, or am I just like losing saliva to these wads of fiber? Oh, that's juicy. Kind of good. I think I'm getting a little bit of water out of here. I think this is milk thistle. But it's most assuredly some kind of thistle, so you don't have to be worried about getting poisoned. Yeah, each first bite is juicy, and it's kind of it's pretty refreshing. Oh yeah, so you know what else is a kind of thistle? Artichoke. And now that I'm eating this and noticing the flavors, there's a subtle artichoke flavor to this. But it's really good. Like, you wouldn't think that artichoke juice would be good, but like, this is good, and it's also just like just slightly sweet. It's slightly sweet. Artichokes are just big thistle buds. Really good. It took me a while to notice the flavor. But maybe it's getting stronger up here towards the tip. You could juice these. You could put these in a juicer. That would be dank. So we're not talking so much about talking in some ways it's as if I'm kind of entertaining myself. I'm engaging in my physical surroundings to a very high degree. Rather than, solely focusing on the dynamics of our relationship, and rather than focusing on my internal mental process. But, as you can see, we keep that in the background. Don't totally lose track of that. But there's still something going on here. This long duration and here we are, able to find a lot of sensory, like a really refreshing sensory input and just like sensory engagement, interaction with our physical surroundings in a totally non-transactional way. In a way that's not habit forming. There's nothing detrimental going on that I can really think of. This is about as benign as you could get. Other than what you want to say about me picking this plant, but I didn't even have to kill the plant. I just picked off one stalk of it. It'll surely grow back, and there's plenty of other ones around it. It doesn't have, this plant is an organism, yes, but I don't think it has a highly developed sense of self, What it does have as an organism I would say is in the objective sense, an organization of matter that self-replicates despite the presence of entropy around it, which is the basis of all life, including ourselves. And so we share that in common in the objective sense, and we share other certain basic physical features like having cells and being mostly water, and DNA, of course. And there's some evidence to suggest that plants may have some form of awareness of their surroundings, which we don't understand completely. But even to kill a plant, I certainly would say does not have anything near the ethical considerations of killing an animal. Certainly an animal with a large developed brain. Let me show you my vista. Maybe you're learning things. Maybe you're actually learning things. Maybe you already knew all this. But look, you know, I could have done things even easier and just like drinking some of these water droplets. From this plant. Oh, I'm losing them. Is there a way to maybe... Ah, shit. Maybe there's a more ethical way to do this where I don't even pull off the leaf. I keep missing with the camera. I'm missing the money shot. There's the money shot. Fiji water. I heard about a pretty good YouTube video where this rapper is the chorus is just Fiji, 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 and he's pouring bottles of Fiji water on himself. I haven't checked it out yet. I've just heard tell of it. We're surviving pretty well. We might make it out of this one alive. As long as we keep our spirits up. Conserve our calories and don't freeze to death or get attacked by a bear. Or come down with dysentery. I guess this is poison oak here. I'm not very familiar with it because it doesn't grow where I live. But you don't want to touch that sucker. Not sure about that one. I'm not from these parts. I've just been talking to you in a conversational way. Informal. Not any painful introspection going on here. It's getting windier. Wouldn't that be fun if it started raining? Then we'd have to survive. Survive the elements. How come I don't feel any need to introspect? Or am I? Was that an act of introspection? Is this an act of introspection? Hey, look, there's eucalyptus up there. Let's go there. There's too many interesting plants around. Either that or I'm not disciplined enough to keep my mind's eye laser focused on myself. But that feels like, but it feels refreshing. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you notice that too. There's all these things on the ground. Is that what comes from the eucalyptus tree? There's all the eucalyptus trees. I can only smell it a little bit. It doesn't smell that strong. I want to know what they smell like. But there's like I'm seeing I think a lot of poison ivy in there. Oh yeah. I'm not walking through that. Oh, this smells good. Whoa. I think this might be a bay tree. Damn, I wish you could smell this. I think these are these California bay trees. Damn. These are like the most. These are like bay leaves, like you put in your curry, but like way more fragrant. Damn. I gotta collect some of these. Free bay leaves, except better. Ow. My finger hurts where I smashed it in a door earlier. And then my other finger hurts where I fell down earlier. Damn. I'm really sorry to like advertise for an exotic experience. That's not really what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to stir up FOMO for you. I'm not like trying to make you feel bad that you can't be here and smell this tree. And I apologize if that's what's happening. I apologize really. I apologize for very potentially stirring up FOMO. For going on and on about how good this smells when you can't smell it, and it's unlikely that, well, some people might live around here. And could come over here and get some of these. But probably most of you, it's way impractical. But, you know, the spirit, in spirit, well, one of the ways in which you might internalize this video on some level, on a certain level, is this possibility of having an engaging and enlivening and soothing sensorial experience that is non-transactional if you have access to such a space close to where you live. But if you don't have access to such a space, I wonder if maybe it's still possible, you know, just wherever you are, to you know, be able to engage with your surroundings in a non-transactional way, that's like, you know, non-habit forming, non-addictive, not unfettered by man-made, economically motivated stimuli. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe even if it is fettered by man-made economic stimuli, which a lot of our environment is, is there a way we can engage with that that's not anxiety producing? Like the ads all around you. Is there a way to be in that environment without having them really like weigh down on your psyche? maybe this video is like you know, a thing. It's like a 4-hour time filler that in this medium, which is, you know, dominated by the attention grabbing, the appetite stimulating, libidinal system stimulating, anxiety producing media. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is just like 4 hours that you can, that'll block that stuff out for a while. But, you know, if you have some kind of addiction to this medium in general, then maybe this is like this is like the Nicorette patch of YouTube. This is how to quit YouTube, is by watching Walking and Talking. I'm not saying you have to quit YouTube. There's a lot of wonderful stuff on YouTube. I watch YouTube a decent amount. I'm like in the land of YouTube right now. I could go to YouTube headquarters, and burst in the doors of YouTube headquarters and say, "Hey everybody, keep up the good work. Thanks for maintaining this medium that allows for this type of communication. Thanks for letting my channel continue to exist. I mean, seriously. This is a permissive society. When I can do something like this and you know, and have it stay up there publicly. Four-hour videos. It's amazing. I could make even longer ones if I wanted to. What an incredible resource. Just, you know, just be careful what kind of stuff you're getting, what kind of videos you're getting addicted to, and what kind of anxieties they might be fostering in you. What's this? This is some kind of legume. Look at this flower. That's like, that is the shape of a pea flower or a bean flower. It's definitely a legume. It's like some kind of bush. And here's the little pea pod. It's like some kind of pea bush with tons of little yellow flowers. This is a rather chill survival expedition, wouldn't you say? We're going up. It'd be nice to get to the top of this hill. I'm thirsty again, so I'm gonna drink a little more of the only slightly questionable water. I don't feel like I'm headed towards any kind of crisis in this video, but maybe that's because I'm not pushing hard enough. Maybe I'm too relaxed. Maybe I'm being too lazy in this video, allowing my attention to drift here and there. Here's a big ass thistle. Look at that one. See how big that stalk is? That'd be really juicy. Maybe I could try one of those out if I get bored later. But, you know, how could I get bored with you here? Am I still putting on some kind of persona? I think I am. My energy level's not super stimulated, and neither is it lagging too much. There's another bay tree, but I'm gonna not pick that one because of the poison oak that's around it. Are the episodes where I'm freaking out, like, are those more vital and genuine in some way than this one? It's not that this is disingenuine. I guess I can allow myself to be relaxed sometimes. How do you feel about this simulacrum, you know? When you see me interacting with plants, does that seem like and you notice that you're watching a video, do you feel uncomfortable? Because it seems like I'm engaging directly with the real world while you're engaging with the simulacrum thereof. Or are you like, well, the computer is just as real as a plant? It's just that what the image on the screen is a representation of a different reality. Whereas, you know, a plant doesn't represent anything. This one doesn't smell as fragrant as the other ones. Are we gonna be lacking in narrative tension if I don't have some kind of crisis? I don't think we need it. Life isn't always as dramatic as we think it's supposed to be. As in, things are rarely as uncomplicatedly wonderful or uncomplicatedly terrible as we often think they are. or could be. As in, like, the dreams that we have of a better life, the reality of that is usually not so dreamy. And, you know, I'm sure you've probably experienced this if you, in the past, if you have a goal, a life goal, and then you achieve it, and then it's like, it's not like life is just happily ever after. Look at this poison hemlock, with all that purple on the stalk. This plant is like so poisonous that even just like, I guess mostly the root, like even a tiny bite of the root could kill you, but even also a pretty small portion of any part of this plant could kill you if you ate it. And it's just here growing all over the place. But maybe sometimes we get used to the idea of having crises on a regular interval to the extent that we feel uncomfortable if we haven't had a crisis recently. And then at some point, maybe we have to let go of that that attachment to drama. And be able to accept the world in all its mundaneness. Or just I don't know. What am I saying? As soon as I start saying this, I'm gonna start saying the opposite thing. About how once you accept the world in its mundaneness, then you start to, you know, whatever, see the marvelousness and wonder in the mundane or whatever. But when I hear myself start to say that, it starts to sound a little bit cliche. And also just kind of like empty or something. Like, what am I actually saying in that case? maybe a storm is a brewing. Maybe we'll get our crisis after all. Doesn't look that likely. I don't see any drama on the horizon. Some nice smells here. It's like, this is like a milder simulacrum. But it's not a very sophisticated or multi-layered simulacrum. Like, for instance, a high-budget Hollywood movie, where it's like simulacrum on top of simulacrum. This is like pretty transparent in its means of production. You know, the camera's rubber banded to a stick. I think here's a bigger bay tree. I should walk right into YouTube headquarters and say thanks for all the hard work. I'd offer to buy you pizza, but that'd be a lot of pizza. You could probably afford that a little better than me. Why don't you buy yourself some pizza as a thank you from me? Let's get back focused on the task here. Let's get back on task. I don't know if have we even been on task at all this video. Whoa. Just entered completely darker environment. This is dramatic. Here is your drama. Wow. This feels like something. Hi. What to say now, you know? What do I say here? I really should be, you know, just ignoring all of this, completely ignoring all of this, and focusing on the unchanging, experiencing self, the core of consciousness, like some of the past videos did. Those were like so much more pure than this one. You know? I was like so deeply rooted in this just core of consciousness, and in this place where past and future were just clearly illusory, and able to speak from that perspective quite lucidly, I remember. What about now? Now I feel like the workings of more mechanisms of identity at play here. Identity not so dissolved as some of those other times. And of course, I'm referencing past and future in a way where they appear to have solidity, rather than referring to them as merely projections out of my present state. And of course I'm being distracted and drawn in to the external world here with all of its novelty and beauty. I mean, that's a lot of what's going on here, is that I'm being drawn in by beauty. But you can even, it seems like you can even have a more profound experience without beauty. Because then there's nothing to distract you from just the bare phenomenon of consciousness. I think I'm pretty certain that my quality of mind is pretty significantly impacted by the way that I eat, what I eat, and how I eat it. I've really noticed this a lot lately. And it's like the more I eat, the more solid my identity feels, the more confined to my body I feel, actually. And I'm in a place where culturally the thing to do is eat a burrito. And so that's what I did, and I can feel it in my body still. That's a pretty substantial thing to eat. But you know, you're here, there's this sense that you gotta make the most of being in this place and partake of its regional experiences. So you gotta eat a burrito. And then you have a hard time wresting your consciousness from the confines of your body. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. And then look at this place, you know, so much beauty. How am I supposed to focus on pure awareness? You know what I'm saying? Should I close my eyes for a while? Maybe I should stop walking and close my eyes for a while. Just right here. And you know, the other thing I forgot to be doing was to keep naturally smiling while I'm talking. So, well, you know, here's a novel experience. Just standing with my eyes closed, trying to smile and continue talking. First of all, I've never had my eyes closed for a long time on any videos that I make, and this is really interesting. This feels really interesting. I'm not even totally sure which way the camera is pointing, so I'm just going to open my eye for a moment to make sure it's pointed at my face. All right, closing my eyes again, and when I do that, it's a lot easier to focus on talking, on the sound of my voice. I can just now it's the most prominent thing in my awareness is my voice. And maybe, you know, I've changed two factors at one time. That's not what you're supposed to do in an experiment. You're supposed to just alter one variable. But now I've done two variables where I've closed my eyes and I'm trying to smile a little bit. But as a result of one or the other, or probably an amalgamation of both of them, this is pretty fun to me. And also it's contributing to me feeling less identified with my voice and with my talking. I feel a little bit more detached observation of my talking, and the humorousness therein I'm kind of identified with, but maybe I'm starting to observe the phenomenon of humor from a detached perspective. And I'm noticing my words starting to feel like they're flowing a little bit more. My sentences being articulated a little bit more elegantly. Not so much stuttering and halting. enjoying the enunciation, enjoying the sound and the physical feeling of enunciating, of feeling my lips move and my tongue, and also just the vibration in my throat of my vocal cords. That's nice. And also just starting to notice other sensations throughout my body more with my eyes closed here, like my head and the feeling in the skin throughout my scalp especially, and then my hands are a little bit chilly, and then there's the weight on my feet and my legs, and the pressure of this tree against the back of me. I don't know why it's not really important to describe this to you, but maybe it triggers a similar kind of observation in you. Oh, it's time to restart the video. How are you doing? Are you hanging in there? I feel pretty good. But it's funny when I say I'm feeling pretty good, I also felt a detachment from that, and it was like this feeling good that I said. It felt like after I said it, I noticed that it felt like somewhat of a linguistic construction. The idea of feeling good. The idea of feeling pretty good. I feel pretty good. As if it was kind of like just there's this talking self present here, and then there's an awareness that's aware of this talking self that's going on, and who just kind of witnessed the talking self say, I'm feeling pretty good. And it's a little bit similar to, say you're walking alone, or you're doing something alone, and you're just, inside your own head thinking, you're totally identified with your thoughts, and then there's a person who talks to you and say, how are you? And you say, I'm pretty good. How are you? And it's not like before you were really feeling pretty good, but you just kind of said it. And then as you start to talk, it's as if it's your linguistic self that is actualizing this concept of feeling pretty good. But then there is also the physiological experience of feeling, physically at ease. There's no physical stressors hampering you. If you're in searing pain from something, you're probably not going to say that you're feeling pretty good. I feel even a mild. I feel as if I'm mildly smiling, even though I'm not even. I have no idea if it actually looks like I am. But now I'm doing a little bit more, but kind of on purpose, or I might be. No, now I'm just squinting. Now I'm smiling. Now I'm half smiling. In a partially contrived way, but it's fun anyways. I can be have this very neutral resting bitch face and be talking, and on the inside be enjoying my experience very much, and even be experiencing a lot of humor. But now I'm noticing, as I say that, I'm like naturally feeling my facial muscles like smile a little bit, just naturally. Like right now, I don't know if it's even visible really, but like this here, this I feel actually naturally kind of a natural kind of amusement, and yeah, a natural kind of just enjoyment at being at doing this activity and communicating with you in this way, and just like a lightheartedness and humor, even though like what I'm saying now is so just the content of what I'm saying now strikes me as kind of plain earnestness in a way. It's not like what I'm saying is like pretty truthful, whereas usually when I'm being humorous, I'm usually saying something that's like obviously untrue, you know. But now I'm saying things that seem absolutely true to my experience, and feel some amusement at doing that, even though what I usually associate with humor is like saying something that's obviously false. But then I'm like, is this lightheartedness gonna come back to bite me in the ass somehow? I don't think so. I feel like increasingly kind of embedded in this reality, so to speak. But as I say that, it started to feel like a peculiar thing to say, because, you know, me being embedded in this environment, what actually is going on is that I think I'm starting to my scope of what I identify with is broadening at the moment, and like this experience is like the you know, interior exterior dichotomy is beginning to dissolve a little bit now, and I think this like staying in that one spot there instead of walking around is conducive to that, to be less drawn in by the beauty of the world around me, like relating to the world around me as subject object, you know, me experiencing beauty. But, you know, I just stay here for a while, and then, you know, it's like let go of that beauty for a while, and then let the whole kind of experience merge into, like, you know, identifying with the full experience. Escaping a little bit from the confines of being so closely identified with just my body. I guess I'll keep walking some more here. It's getting a little chillier. I still feel yeah, I still feel this kind of dissolution of identity here, and it's like there's definitely this mechanism of talking still going on here, you know, from as a way of reporting. But I also don't feel identified with the talking. It's like it's beginning to feel more along the lines of the talking is just happening, and there's an awareness of the talking happening, and it's easier for my attention to not like get just distracted by an external stimuli. Like I can notice things and just quickly let go of them, rather than like my interest zooming into them and my train of thought kind of jumping from here to there. Feels a little more smooth and continuous here. And even and that feels like concurrent with just my experience of time passing as well. Like the time passing feels smooth, if that makes any sense. And even like this body moving through the world feels like a fairly smooth operation at this moment. There's not like excitement going on. And that seems to be a good thing. There is a thought present here relating to a practicality of the future, where there is a impetus for me to get back to where I started, in not too much time, you know, like around, like for when this video ends, it would behoove me to be not too far from where I started, in order to be able to make an engagement after the end of walking and talking. Now, is this an intrusion into this experience? This thinking about the future? logically say that that's a necessary aspect of life, that in the past I had to do a lot of thinking about the future in order to get here. Hello. Hi. Those people glanced pretty hard at my artisanal selfie stick. Well, I mean, I could reject this practicality coming in, this thought of the future coming into my consciousness, if I want to privilege some pure state of total identitylessness. But, you know, the continuation of this sort of consciousness is certainly dependent on practicalities of maintaining the body, maintaining the mind. Is there any intrinsic value in maintaining this kind of consciousness? And what do I mean by this kind of consciousness? There's like a lot of kind of embedded levels or aspects of consciousness going on right now. Like there's the sensation and perception, the conception, and which is like what's involved in producing a language here. And then there's something else that's aware of all of that. You know, all of that though, the sensation and perception and conceptualization, that definitely would all disappear if this body weren't maintained. And then I have this question of, is there a form of consciousness that would continue, that's present now and that would continue? I tend to think so. I tend to believe so. And I feel like I can be kind of aware of it. But I think it's what's here. I think it's what's here all the time. It seems like I need a lot of stillness to be able to notice it. A lot of stillness of everything else. You know, like now my body is moving and my sensory inputs are constantly changing. But it does feel like there's something above all that that's still. And then, like, even among all that, there's this continuing thought of like, of just navigation, of geographically, how do I get back to where I came from? Because now I'm just ended it up in a spot that I haven't been to yet. It's just like this. It's like this experience of being in this body is inside another experience that's a little bit larger. Is it real though, or am I just kind of like making this up? What if I'm just kind of like fulfilling an expectation, you know? What if I've just read too much about spirituality and I've just kind of contrived this experience out of wishful thinking? I mean, if I think about it, this is actually like a completely normal experience. Like, here I am, I'm just, you know, I just feel like a person with a body walking and thinking and talking, you know? Just completely normal. But yeah. But then, like, even if I approach it that way, even if I just like note how normal this is to, you know, be a person. Like if I like that, like, concept to me actually feels insane. Like, to be a person, like, which is in some sense that's like the most solid and fundamental thing that one could ever know. The most fundamental experience a person could ever know. Like, anything that I have in terms of knowledge, any kind of structure, any kind of like structure to my experience is based upon being a person. But then when I just like examine that in all its like total like normality, it seems just completely remarkable and mysterious too. Like, I'm just gonna try now to just have a normal experience, okay? Like, just regular old experience. Here I am, I'm just walking in the woods, you know, in the forest. I'll even use the categorical kind of concepts that we typically use to describe our experience to someone. Hey, what did you do? I walked in the woods. How was it? It was nice, you know. So here I am, a person, you know, wearing clothes, wearing a hat, walking in the forest, talking to the camera, making a video. You know, here I'm a person making a video. I'm a person walking around and talking and making a video. And that's all that, like, you know, nothing else going on. Yeah, I guess I would say that feels pretty. Like, that's like a structure here. That's like there's that mental structure going on here. What was I trying to do? I guess I was just trying to see, like, how normal I can possibly feel. And yeah, I guess I feel pretty normal. But every time I say that, every time I actually examine my experience closely enough to ascertain with any kind of certainty that I truly do feel normal. It's like in the act of making that observation, I notice some quality of existence that feels really mysterious and structureless. But in an alluring kind of way. And really feeling okay with that. Like in some weird way, it's like when I'm doing this, it's like the most unshakable kind of feeling okay existing. But you know, not having to struggle to survive. We already did that. We're surviving easily. Look at all those thistles. And yeah, and then there is this this alternate kind of experience of time going on as well. And it's even funny to say that it's going on, because there's a kind of, it's like on top of linear time, there's this other timelessness happening. I mean, even I shouldn't even necessarily say happening. It's just like here. Maybe my level of concentration could be stronger, and then I could experience this with more clarity. Because my awareness of it comes and goes a bit. more of this leguminous bush. See that flower? There's like this one, I don't know how, if this is in focus or not. There's this like banner petal, and then these two wing petals, and then the one in the middle. That's like what a legume flower is shaped like. And you know, clovers, those are legumes too. And you know, it looks like a ball. It's like a little ball of flowers, but that ball's made of a whole bunch of tiny individual flowers. And if you look at the really tiny individual flower that's making up the ball, then you'll see that same structure. There's like, I think they call it the banner, and then the two wings, and then the one in the middle. Really tiny. And then you got like a huge tree that's also in the same family, locust trees, humongous trees. And then you look at the flowers and they're shaped the same way. Some thoughts going by here, not quite being spoken, but being mentally edited out. Just maybe because they've been said before on Walking and Talking. I mean, we want to stay generative, if possible. Just like an example of consciousness doing its thing committed to video. This is like, this is just like pure fodder for AI to learn from. If, you know, if AI were ever to get access to YouTube to learn human nature, learn human consciousness from videos, then this series of videos is maybe getting close to just providing some kind of controlled demonstration of consciousness. That's like what this is. It's just like a demonstration of consciousness. If consciousness was a keyboard and you put it in demo mode, it'd be like this. I don't know, maybe it wouldn't. No, I don't know. Consciousness without so much of an object to work on. I feel this desire to remain more closely aware to this timeless quality of experience that I was describing just now. And as I talk about that, it seems like I can kind of direct my consciousness there a bit. I just try to kind of still everything else, like not necessarily still my physical movement or my linguistic action, but there's something that I'm able to make more still. I'm getting back towards where I came from, maybe a little too soon. So maybe I can branch off here. But see, I got distracted there for a moment. Just kind of trying to continue walking and talking here with just like the quality of my awareness, just trying to keep that fairly smooth and consistent. Just flatten, just like let the waves die down. Let the surface of the water be calm for as long as I can, and see what I can see. Should I still keep trying to smile a little bit while I do all of that? Like moving my body and moving my mouth and expressing thought while still trying to keep my consciousness very still. It seems doable as long as like there aren't things that pop out in my attention in my environment. Like as long as my corporeal self doesn't demand too much attention, as long as my environment doesn't demand too much attention, as long as there's nothing threatening or overly exciting, seems like I can do this. Just experiencing myself walking and talking. And return my gaze to you for a bit. And my gaze focused on you, but my periphery. I'm being more aware of my peripheral vision now. Well, so that I don't trip on something. There's plenty of rocks around here to trip on. But that's kind of a practice also that seems to alter my awareness a bit, not just focusing only on the center of my field of vision, but like trying to be aware of my entire field of vision at once. you should try it too. Like, you're watching this video probably, and it's in the center of your field of vision, but like, try expanding your awareness to your whole field of vision at once, and then you're just kind of like aware of this video as one central piece of your field of vision. And then like, you can expand that kind of practice to your whole awareness too. Like, you can do it sonically too. Like, there's my voice here, I'm hearing my own voice, but then like in the periphery of my auditory perception, there's like the wind in the trees and rustling, and there's probably additional sounds in your environment. I feel also like a dropping off of the experience of positive and negative right now, and I don't even feel a necessity to like frame things as goals or things to strive for now. Like, not striving for a particular type of consciousness now. Like, doesn't feel it doesn't feel like this push or pull in my experience. Just like this experience now is just this experience now, and that's all, and there's not a direction that I need to go. Paying a little more attention to my peripheral vision here, because there's like, looks like more sticks on the ground, but I'm enjoying this game of really trying to keep walking without diverting my gaze away from you. Maybe you'll get to see me trip and fall again. Oh, I did it. I diverted my gaze. I lost the staring contest. We'll do it again. Just continuing this. Like, just kind of just balancing my mind. And it's not like expending any great effort in any way, but just kind of steering my mind just slightly to keep it on this like this smooth operation. And it's fairly easy because the path is pretty clear where I'm walking. It's like I only need like a very small amount of my attentional resources to continue walking without tripping over something. And then I just like I noticed, as I'm sure you've probably noticed many times, how kind of strange it is that I'm talking to you and referring to you in the second person. but in the physical sense of things, I'm just gazing into my camera's lens. And from any IRL outsider's perspective, it's like like they're watching somebody having like some kind of highly mediated, dare we say, alienated experience. Talking to a camera. To whatever extent, you know. But, you know, they probably realize what's going on, you know. They've seen a selfie stick before. They just haven't seen a camera tied to a regular wooden stick before. Like some version, like some version of like, what do you feel if you see somebody playing Pokemon Go, totally absorbed in their phone, and like only paying any attention to their actual surroundings as mediated through their phone, but really like entirely on their phone, and then just like seeing their phones like altered representation of their surroundings. Like that's not dissimilar to what I'm doing here. Like moving about this physical world, but confining the bulk of my attention towards this mediated transmission. Or like maybe similar to the feeling of like if you see a person wearing a VR headset and you're like, well, that person's like physically within my, you know, physical realm, but their experience is like something entirely different from my experience. Like it used to be like we could be assured of some resonance or similarity of experience based upon geographic proximity, but not anymore. Like people come here to have a break from mediation of their devices, and to ride bikes and walk and ride horses even, and just to like remind themselves of what it feels like to experience the world without simulacrum, without symbology. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. Although, you know, maybe they're still referring to their mobile devices to tell them what their heart rate is, how fast they're going, how long they've been going, etc. Using their devices to impose a framework on physical exertion for them. And I say that absolutely without any judgment, because I'm also using technology to impose a framework on my experience. What if I get the camera behind me for a little bit? Is that possible? I don't know what this looks like from your vantage point. This is kind of awkward to hold the camera this way, but it probably looks pretty funny from your perspective. It's like it's as if you're a baby and I'm carrying you on my shoulders. Whee! 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 That's VR for being a baby again, being thrown up in the air. Still been not really any drama on this one. It's been rather pleasant. There continues to be loom these clouds that hint at the possibility of rain. It's like there's always like the natural inclination, it seems like, is to stay within concepts of our reality that seem solid. Solid sense of self and identity and direction. And in some way, like my practice of doing this over and over again is one of the ways in which I impose some structure onto my life. And interestingly, when I'm operating within that structure, it promotes psychological well-being for me. And kind of paradoxically, it's when my experience is that of freedom. Like when I have a day that feels totally structureless, like I don't have any kind of set parameters for spending a time. That's when I tend to feel the most uncomfortable and kind of like the most like constricted and anxious. So, like, what seems like freedom on the surface might not actually grant the true experience of freedom. Like not having to work. Not having any obligations. It's not necessarily a good thing. But within the process of adhering to a structure, it seems more possible to relate to reality in an unfettered way. To commit yourself to going through the ups and downs of any particular endeavor. The strength of that commitment seems to, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, you get out of any commitment what you put into it. This is you know, this is cliched stuff. Everybody knows this. So maybe I should take my own advice and I'll work a little bit harder now. By which I just mean to refocus here, recenter my consciousness. On this task. Here it goes. Now we're centered a little bit more. Consciousness is kind of anchored in the sensation of my body. Anchored there, but not necessarily confined to it. Anchored there so that it's not just like jumping from being identified with thought after thought, and this like this just heated discursive flailing about in the mind of, you know, feeling one thought with certainty and then jumping to the other side of that because you failed to recognize the duality of what you were saying, or the non-duality, whichever it is. That is like coming to some, you know, just being identified with a thought and saying it as if it were true, and then you realize, oh wait, the opposite of that is also true. But, you know, now it just kind of like anchor my consciousness not in each one of those thoughts, but just in the sensation of my body, and kind of from that anchored point being able to observe my talking a little bit more detached and observe my thought process from a higher vantage point, which can stay aware of non-duality and stuff like that. And yeah, like the one of the challenges here is actually to keep talking while, you know, keeping my conscience centered in this present experience. And so some of my thoughts are tempted to just describe in a general way certain physical sensations, like there's chilly breeze. It's getting chillier, my hands feel chilly, etc. But there's still really like more of like, it's more of like the quality of consciousness that I'm aiming for here, aiming to stay aware of. And like now, I guess in this moment, as I'm saying this sentence, feels like a relative moment of calm in comparison to like a few seconds ago of like what felt like a little bit of flurry. And then like reminding myself actually to just like make eye contact with you via the camera, like that also has kind of a grounding effect for me. Because like, you know, I'm just aware that I am talking here continuously because I am communicating with the person, but then, you know, making this eye contact just like feels like another type of connection, that it almost establishes a certain type of connection that without the necessity to describe everything with words, and then so maybe some of the pressure is taken off of the words. Here I am, like.
How you doing?
Hi. I was just about to say here I am, like, being a fucking alien presence for the IRL people as I, like, completely ignore them while gazing into the camera. But then, you know, that cyclist said hi, and then I said hi back. And so, like, kind of forgot how easy that can be. I guess I would say that in the past half hour or so, like, maybe there's some kind of like very mild drive towards maintaining some particular state of awareness, like some effort put forth towards maintaining something. But then again, when that was achieved, it was like just very minimal effort put forth to just kind of steer myself gently to stay balanced in that state. it feels like such a remove from daily type of existence. It feels removed of like thinking about all the practical things that I need to do every day. But then again, like during that day, it's like sometimes, it's actually often that I remain with this awareness that what those practicalities are in service of is having this type of experience that is removed from them, and that does seem transcendent of the like just bodily needs. And then having that awareness like connects them more. And it's not just like, it's not like just surviving just to survive in the world, but like but knowing that taking care of my practical needs to maintain this physical and mental health is providing the conditions in which I can experience a type of consciousness that feels I guess, liberated from those concerns. And as I described before, even not so heavily identified with the body or the mind. But then it's like, yeah, at other times I have to be totally identified with the body, because like if I'm experiencing like thirst or hunger, like I can't just totally transcend that. It seems like I can't just somehow liberate my consciousness from the need to drink water, And then or the need to make money to pay the utility bills or something. It feels, abstracted from what we would think of as a more direct survival of, say, building a shelter in the woods. It feels at a few removes to go to a job to make money to pay rent or pay a mortgage or pay utility bills in order to continue to secure your shelter. But we do that knowing that it's in most cases that's a more secured thing to do than building a shelter in the woods somewhere. It's so practical. to interface with society structures these days. What do I mean these days? It's like always, you know, this incredibly complex infrastructure and incredibly complex division of labor that we have. Like, all this stuff works together where you can interface it to like rent or buy a shelter, and that where, you know, water comes in through a pipe and you can flip a switch and the light comes on whenever you want it, and flip a switch to turn the heat on and stay warm with so much ease. And you know what, it's like the stress incurred from going to work. You know, I'm sure that varies wildly for different people. But you know, you think about that in comparison with like a more direct means of survival, and we have things really easy. And with like this amount of ease of survival, generally speaking, I know it's hard for some people, harder for some people than it is for others. It's more possible than ever now to create the conditions and the space and the time to experience a transcendent type of consciousness. And like I said, for me, they become connected in a way. Like, if I'm, you know, maybe I'm at a job and I feel pretty tired of being there and just looking forward to getting home. It's like there's a knowledge there that I'm there in service of fostering the conditions for a transcendent experience. And because of that, like some of that type of consciousness can enter into the process of just working. Am I still going the right way? I don't remember this part. I don't remember the steep part. Well, it seems like, you know, I'm generally going down the hill. which should lead me generally back towards the civilization. I'm gonna stop and take another swig of only slightly sketchy water. And I'll remember to smile again. This water does taste great, actually. Yeah, it actually tastes good. It almost tastes like eucalyptus or something. Or like those bay leaves. Maybe I'm just smelling the bay leaves in my pocket. Should probably gather more of these before I leave here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that one's fragrant. I need these for gifts for people. Oh, and then watch out for that poison ivy or poison oak, whichever it is. Here, you can have a VR of picking bay leaves. You can have the experience of unmediated engagement with nature from the comfort of your own home. What kind of effect does this have on you? Well, for one, you're watching a YouTube video. So that in itself has some kind of effect, but what kind of effect does this have on you compared to other YouTube videos? Yeah, it's like you're a hunter-gatherer again. You're no longer alienated from the goods of your labor. You're no longer alienated from the fruits of your labor. How's that? See? Everything's all peaceful now. Everything's all. Is this utopian or what? Unalienated. Communion with nature. Enjoying the fruits of your labor. Owning the means of your production. And then we can just eat bay leaves for the rest of our lives and be happily ever after. Eat nothing but bay leaves. If I set this down somewhere, I could do this faster. But we're in no rush. We got a half hour of time to fill. Another half hour of your life to fill. Sorry, not to stir up anxiety. You know, we're existing in that timeless state. Is this a horse coming up behind me? I'm not gonna look. I'll let you look.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. What about the parameters? What about continuously talking? Time's passing without words. Every moment without a word, a missed opportunity for communication of thought. You know, I was gonna say that I hope it's become clear my relationship to thought and how much I truly value the communication of it, which is like kind of like yes and no. I'm using it to communicate something, but it's not so much specific thoughts that are important to me to communicate. I just want to provide some kind of trigger or impetus or something, and I want to instigate a certain type of experience that hopefully, you know, can then happen without the video. That whatever's communicated in this video could continue on in your consciousness after the video's ended, when you're in normal life, and give some kind of direction towards your awareness, or some kind of encouragement or coaxing. For you to cultivate an experience in yourself that you wouldn't necessarily advertise itself on the surface of things. So maybe I don't have to be feeling every moment with words, but enough to maintain just a feeling of connection. And kind of like, you know, not let me wander too far off in thought, nor you. Just normal experience, you know. You're just here. I'm just here being a person, picking leaves and making a video. You know, having a body. Thinking things, thinking thoughts. It's just like where it is possible for just like the base experience of being alive to be all right. Does this go out to the street?
Sorry?
Does this go out to the street?
Does it go to the street? Yeah, eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just follow it, it heads to prairies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. and then from there, the Trudeau Center.
Cool, thank you.
It's probably 4 miles.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's a quicker way. I wonder if this is.
Which part of town are you getting to?
It was like Dunn Trail that I came in on.
You came on Dunn? Okay, so go up. At the top, you'll make a left, that's Dunn. This is lower Dunn, or Golden Spike.
Okay.
So the Dunn Trail goes that way. So this is Gold Spike. It leads to Dunn.
Oh, okay.
You make a left from Dunn.
Okay.
And that puts you back at that fork where you come to Graham, and then you make a left at that fork.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember
So,
that.
Up this and then to left wherever you hit a fork.
Okay.
Basically.
Thank you. I've been going the wrong way a little bit. That's all right. That guy knows his way around, but I digress. No, it's not a digression, you know. This is normal. This is normal walking around making a video and trying to figure out where I'm going. You see this clover? I don't think this can actually zoom in close enough, but this is a cluster of flowers. You might think it's one flower, but it's a cluster of flowers, and each single one of these things is a flower that has that same basic structure as that yellow pea flower that I showed you before. Yeah, I guess there is certain types of knowledge that can act like a bridge between your consciousness and the physical world in a way that's non-transactional, which seems increasingly rare. But then it can, that kind of interaction with the world can have this extremely soothing effect. And enlivening effect. Just walking a little faster here so that I can hopefully correlate the end of this video with roughly arriving back out at the street where I can make my friend come pick me up so that we can go play our gig on time. How's that for personal information? Now I'm walking faster, more steeply uphill, a little bit of physical exertion, and then it feels like slightly less natural to smile, but I'll do it anyways. Look at us. Look at us. Outside in nature, getting exercise. Exercising our corpus. And exercising our minds. And gaining access to higher states of consciousness. Sorry, that was like, felt distasteful to me. Like, the sarcastic kind of characterization that I adopted for that moment. When I started it, it seemed as if I had some legitimate self-criticism that I would level at myself in the form of self-deprecating humor. But then I felt that it wasn't executed so very subtly or cleverly, and that it didn't seem to have present an alternative reality to point to. Maybe it's that backtracking is not as fun. Maybe that's an aspect of it. No, it's fine. This is fine. This experience is fine. It's fine. You'll notice my demeanor to seem mildly more flustered, but then as I started to notice that, like the act of noticing that seemed to be the same as the act of centering again. Like heart beating a little bit faster, breathing a little bit harder, just slightly, but continue to smile. What was that? We're actually getting close to the end here. I feel the stirrings. Hello.
Hi.
I feel the stirrings of the return to pragmatic existence. Still not hungry though. That burrito really held me over. I guess that's what they're for. What kind of experience is this? I'm just talking about a burrito. This is totally normal. Like there's a return to a kind of more activated emotional state, you could say. Not necessarily, not bad per se. Just like more excited, and maybe that's being stimulated by my increased pace of walking. But along with that excitement, it's like less of that steady contentment that we had before. Hey, now I know where I am, because there's that culvert where I got the cloudy water. Now we're in business. We're gonna I'm gonna end up at the trailhead right at the end of the video, and it's gonna be perfect. It's working out. This video, man, it's been so stress-free. That's amazing. What the hell is that? There's some gray fungus. There's been no real crisis. No real emotional stress, no real painful introspection, nothing like that. There was this pretty this very calming activity of finding water. It was just like a task that wasn't stressful, but it was interesting. And eating that thistle and collecting the bay leaves and all this stuff that was just kind of calming and pleasant interaction with the physical world. And then there were also many moments of being more centered on experience itself. But all that was embedded in kind of a baseline of just a calm state. And sensual background of beauty. I really can't complain. And here you are. I hope you don't have much to complain about either. What does that even mean? I don't know. Anyone could always complain about something. about this? What about the awareness of like this timelessness and disidentification with the body? I don't feel especially aware of that right now. But you know, just as soon as I say that, I start to feel aware of it again. Man, this is a beautiful view. Redwoods, a cow parsnip, a bay tree. Some eucalyptus, I think, off in the distance. A witch hazel. It never rained, so we didn't get to survive the rain. Well, the background of this, you know, this environment is promotes so much more ease than in the city. With the traffic around and more people around, this is so much easier. This is gonna spoil me for walking and talking. Everything else will seem like such an unconducive environment compared to this. Oh man, the camera suddenly turned off and then it was saying repairing your file. It turned back on and then it was repairing the file for like 30 seconds at least, 45 seconds, a minute maybe. And that was like the most drama I've had. This possibility of maybe what if this video file gets lost or corrupted, but I think it was successful in repairing the file. I think we're all okay. And I think we're about at the end here. So, yeah. Thanks so much for coming along here. For making this simulacrum part of your experience. I hope that it informs your subsequent experience. In a beneficial way. And I hope that that you'll be able to. I wish for you. I wish for you like a continuous experience of non-duality, of existing in life without experiencing too strongly the push and pull of good and bad. But then even if you do experience that, know that it won't last forever. What am I, you know, I'm just bullshitting here. Yeah, I don't have anything really to say. You know what's up. You're a person. Like, that's, you know, you're a person. You have this experience. That's all we got. So yeah, thanks, and I'll see you next time. All right.